Good morning, everybody. We are repairing TCUs today. I'm gonna have to probably break and do a couple videos. We left off with this one here. I had to think on it a little bit. It had a damaged capacitor underneath the epoxy, and need to. I think I have a way to figure out what that capacitor is. Not resistor, capacitor. Yes. But we've got 4 of them to do. I need to do a video on a question. How do I know if my TCU capacitors have failed without opening it up? Actually, not that difficult if you got some low-cost equipment. Lowest cost equipment is this little Finercy. But I need coffee, and I need to give Cotty some cookies. You guys can all watch Cotty. We can maybe get Coach Shadow up here. Did Shadow want cookies? He's sitting there licking the air. Shadow gets cookies. Or Cotty gets cookies. Shadow? Cookies? Oh, don't run away. Here you go. Get up here. Cookies. Cotty gets double cookies. Okay. Any coffee? I just de-stunk myself. So. So I will do that video. So it's gonna be a weird live stream. I'll probably do that more toward the end. I only need one of these to do it with. So this one was the first one we're starting with. Actually, we'll start with a yeah, we'll start with that one. Trying to see. I got my dates mixed up here. Gotta put these on there. Should be able to get through 3 of these today. I hope. But I need coffee. So I'll turn up the music. It's circus music, so deal with it. Still setting up. Coffee. BRB. How do I make this? Making coffee. Everybody making coffee. Oh, we have coffee. So we're just gonna take up where we left off. We go medieval on these. So this one's got a little bit of green. That's okay. Well, it's just, it should be white, but see all the leakage. Where'd my tweezers go? There they are. Okay, all this white, that's electrolytic acid dried up. So quick visual. Blow that out. Just give these a bump. And if they fall off, still a little juicy. These are going to be all juicy. Oh, yes. Okay, so I will just show you a quick check. I'm going to have to get on the Cotty bench. Means I got to clean all the hair off because I got to do a video. Got to set up the... I need my camera. Uh-oh. Where'd I put that? All my hair off. I found it. Put these up. Else. Hold on, I got one shoe on. Oh, hell, I got that on my foot. I got chicken poo on my toe. Okay. Get this set up. We will do a quick video on this. Let's give something more appealing than that there. I'm a slow starter, so. Well, you're gonna get. I gotta do 2 videos in one. They usually don't work out well, so. But I don't want to do it 3 times. We need to get a video on a quick way for people to check. Here, I'm just gonna use a freaking box, man. There you go. Now I have a trash receptacle. I have a box. I wonder if I could do this with the OBS camera. Nah, because then I'd have to go direct just to that camera without. And okay, this is going to be how to check if you're. Okay. I'm going to need one of these that's. Yeah, let's use this one. You can read the numbers on that one. Okay. I need one that's done. Yeah, one that's done. Yeah. The cheapest meter I've been able to find is the Furnercy that will do this. I know somebody's going to buy one of these here. I best bring it out and tell them you cannot use this. Even though it says it's an LCR meter, you cannot use it. And after I'm done with this video, I will show you why. Let me get those out. So. Yeah, you can get those for like $60. So but this is a 100% sure way to figure out if your sealed module is bad or not. Cotty? And I have no microphone. I'm gonna have to figure this out. How do I do this with no microphone? I'm just gonna set up an OBS window and do a no, because I want it in high air quality. Okay. Oh. Let's see. Setup, setup, setup. Go to Cotty Bench Cam, get it all. You guys can see it here. You guys can see that, right? Awesome. Need to break this. I think I can just clip that off. Yes, it was broken anyways. Let's see if that plugs in and out with little force now. Awesome. Don't have to sit there and mess with the clip. Okay. I don't know if I can. Where are those? Let me see if I can grab these real quick. See if I can get these to work. Nice and cool out here, man. See if I can get these to pair up. Then I can have a mic. Some mic's better than no mic, right? I don't remember which mic was what, so. I don't think it's connecting. Technical difficulties. Trying to get this piece of crap to pair, but I don't think it's. I got two receivers and didn't mark them. My truck microphone. Wonder if I need to try it in the computer. Got a USB-C floating around here somewhere. I think the receiver might be bad. Not getting nothing. Try it with the different plug. Lost the audio. Okay, unplug the wrong microphone. Nope, still defaults the Omni mic. Oh. Well, let's do it with just the crappy mic on the phone. Scotty, I gotta put you in a house. By the time you find your way back in here, I'll be done. Well, Cotty's out of my way. We'll need a... Yeah, that's done. Not done. Okay. Let's get this. Yeah, it's gonna be odd because I gotta work around these cameras. I bought me a little neck thing and it don't work right. So. Hello everybody. We're gonna show you how to test if your capacitors are bad in this Mitsubishi MR195 408, 407, and the Daihatsus. How to tell if your capacitors are bad without opening it up. I get a lot of questions as well. How can I tell or test my TCU without opening it up? Well, you'll need a little LCR meter. Do not buy one of these. These will not work on it. Okay. This is the lowest cost one I found so far that works. These are about $70, roughly. They're not that expensive. You're gonna need either a connector, or you can just clip, if you're careful, you can clip onto the pins. Easier to find just yourself a connector. They're a common connector. I had the part number. I will post it, but I have a link in the description with the wiring diagram or pinouts of these connectors in English. It's understandable. The Japanese manuals are really horrible. You're gonna need power and you need ground. Okay. So this one is a bad one. This one has all the original capacitors. There's signs of leakage in there. You're gonna turn your LCR meter on. Hey, you don't need to go through any of the calibrations or anything. You're going to set your first one to capacitance, second one to resistance. You're going to clip your leads to the positive and to both negatives. Come on. I gotta untangle it. There we go. So we want negative, positive. Okay. So now we're reading 21 microfarad at 257 ohms. That is bad. Those capacitors are super dry. The resistance is super high at 257 ohms. That should be like 1 to 2 ohms. And this should be 40 to 48, or 40 to 47. So I'm just going to leave that plugged in. I'm going to plug it into one that's been repaired. There we go. 41.2 microfarad. It's okay. There's two 22s in parallel. That should be 44. Give or take 20%. That's acceptable. And the ESR is 2.2 ohm. So that's how you can tell without opening your TCU if the capacitors are bad. They will most likely be bad. They are way past their useful life. They've been sitting baking in a hot car. So hope that helps. And links are in the description. We'll catch y'all later. Okay, there we go. Lost Tech, let us repair. Sorry, I had to do a video because people want to know how to test these things. So that's what I was doing. I had to put Cotty up because she'll be rolling around in my way doing it. I can do it faster without her. But now I'll let her back in. All I do is open the door. Where'd the Cotty goes? Are you eating over there? I got cookies out here. Yes, we got cookies. All right. I hope I didn't fumble it. Usually I'll review it. But I'll save this one for later because you can actually see the numbers on it. I'll do that one last because I might have to retake that. But I hope my delivery was not too broken speech. So there's Cotty. We gotta give Cotty cookies. Okay, let's get these moved so we don't get them damaged. You will roll all over them. Cotty cookies. Okay, ready? We have Sloth-Tech cookies from Sloth-Tech here. And I think my camera, yeah. Oh, that's the OBS camera. Okay. I gotta readjust I gotta figure this out. Having to readjust these cameras every freaking time. Okay. Now Cotty should be smooth. Okay, Sloth-Tech gets another one here. And we have lettuce repair. There we go. Spitting them out, huh? We have given Cotty her cookies. Okay. I need to charge this. Where was the charger on this thing? I only bought these to do certain things with. There we go. That one don't like that. Okay, that is charged. We're going to be needing the grinding pin. For some reason, this motherboard... now it's working. I need to find that other microphone. I bet you my audio is just going to be totally crap using the thing. So, but we are repairing TCUs today. Gonna see how many we can repair. I gotta get this. Shadows, where you going? Want cookies? No, she's like, oh, I'm out of here. She don't like cameras. Okay, fan on. Get that nice cool morning air blowing through here. Let's get to the grind, man. Get to the grind. Earn a living. There we are. Cotty's lounging. Give me those dirty Cotty looks. Just give me the smooge looks. Like, yeah, you screwed that one up. I 100% know it. I wasn't here annoying you. He wasn't here supervising, so she knows I screwed that video up. Okay. We're going to do this one here. MR195407. More green. Yeah, that's where the got breakage in there. I gotta clean up the plastic. It'll just yeah, that's where the move that over to the burnt wood. I want to cut into my mat. Hate it when I break a cutoff wheel in these. And that's just horrible. That wheel just disintegrated in this, man. Got that piece out. And we're gonna have to take a okay. Let's inspect this now. Cleaned out. We can see without chunks of plastic everywhere. To the inspection. And take a little bit of cleaning because that wheel just disintegrated. Gotta be very, very careful. There's this little itty bitty jumper right there. Yeah, one also down in there too. I hate it when the grinding wheel disintegrates. But he's back. George in here or something? All poofy. I don't see George. Bodies. Cookies? Cookie? Yeah, once I get a little alcohol flood bath in there, it'll clean out all the way. But yeah, definitely, this has leakage. Well, I bet you the ESR on this one's going to be high. So I'm not going to mess with it. We're just going to do it. Okay. And then to do the other one, I needed to figure out the value of a capacitor that's hidden under this epoxy right here. So right under here and right under here are capacitors. And on one of them, somebody gouged into it. Let me pull it up here. I have it on the X-ray too. Nope, not that one. Be the one that was open. Okay. Right there is a damaged capacitor. So I need to figure out the value of that. And from the X-ray, I think I can go from this lead to that lead with all the capacitors removed. And I think it'll tell me what value that is. Maybe. We'll try. I'll bring up the X-ray again. Oh, let's see photos. Should be that one. There's the X-ray. Now, if you see this capacitor, it's right here. This one don't look like it's been damaged. But this one's definitely damaged. It's like halfway. You're only seeing the bottom. Looks like this one might have had the little bit of the edge cut off, but I think it goes from this lead of the capacitor, and it goes through this ceramic capacitor, loops back up over here to the other lead of this capacitor. If you hook these two up, you get 10 microfarad. But if these capacitors are removed, this one comes through here, goes through there, hits a jumper, comes up through here, goes under the transistor to an empty pad down here. So, and then on the other direction, it goes here, and that's ground. This goes up, and it goes to ground there. And that goes to ground here. So I think if we take one that's not been damaged and measure from here to here without a capacitor in circuit, we might be able to get the value of that. And then if so, I can just bodge another through hole part from here to here and be good. So, but we can't tell. That would be, oh, I didn't have the part under the microscope. That would be this neighborhood underneath this epoxy right here. So that's what we're going to do with this one. When we take this apart here, it takes a little bit to get them apart. This one's got a lot of flood, a lot of epoxy flood. That one's not too bad. This one's pretty good. This one's not too bad there. Not too bad there, not too bad there. Got a little bit of greenage. I think that's just green anti-corrosion stuff right there. So that's what we're gonna do. Let's do it. I worked on the microscope camera yesterday a little bit to try to get it better, but I'm still only getting, it's supposed to be 40 frames. I'm only getting 20. No, it's a piece of shit. Roll, roll, roll. The chair's like a carnival ride here. What am I missing? Meter. That's on the charger. That's fine. It should be charged enough. Leads. I usually use my BK, but I want to play with this. Okay, I'll have to turn that fan off here in an hour. When the sun comes up, it's gonna get warm again. Okay, so we just go medieval on these, man. Check this out. Always push. Don't pull. And just twist. See, that's leakage right there. See that? You can't get these out because of the epoxy. Bottom of that. That's that's it. This one was bad, bad, bad. Sometimes it's still gooey. If it was recent failure, it'll still be liquidy. If it's like this dry, it's been dead a long time. There's no, you know, there's no way these can say, "Oh, it just failed." No, it didn't. It's been failed for a long time. Yep, see, that one's still gooey. So, ooey gooey. It's playing the goo. See that goo? See that goo? That goo. Look at that goo. Look at that electrolytic spooge. Capacitor jizz. Capacitor jizz, man. Yeah. Leak that outside too. Capacitor jizz. I like it that I can do these at my leisure. I would hate it. I don't like it when they say I want it done tomorrow. You know, they pay me an extra hour of labor. It's an extra $135, but I really don't like doing those. These I don't. I've done so many of them now. I don't mind doing them. I've got a routine and a system that I use. So okay, we played in the capacitor jizz. It wonder if this thing swallows, right? And this ground epoxy just gets fine dust everywhere, man. Audio still on? Yep, audio still on. Mm. And it's just a little red rocket blower. Works better than using your lungs. That should pop off on that one. If it don't, we'll grind it later. Be good. Should kind of almost a little bit more to the right there. Maybe we got to play in capacitors today. I might have to pull that one out. Let's give it a little drink of booze. Hello, I'm a sushi. I'm a you sushi. Cotty cookies. There we go. Cotty got her cookies. Let's get back to the grind. Literally grinding. I'm gonna try that without doing that. That's what we were doing. We were breaking glue right now. Break that glue. Break that glue. It helps. A little bit of booze. Yeah, I'm a sushi. Or Izumu sushi. You missed us. We were playing in capacitor jizz. It was all right there. I got people bothering me. Who's bothering me? Boy, I've been on an hour and haven't got shit done. Let me see. We're gonna get interrupted probably with people. Okay. Get these popped off here. I'll get that without. Got it. Awesome. A little bit of pressure, not too much. You don't want to break shit. These ones always crack right in the center there. Ah, that one didn't. Spoke too soon, right? That one came off. Yeah. This one's gonna come out without. No, that one's not gonna come out whole. Came out almost whole. Still attached, right? One more to go. It's coming out in pieces. Damn you. Almost. I hate it when they break like this and then pain in the butt. Damn it. Gotta dry it off and grind some more. Just a little bit. Just a little bit left over. See that shit? Gotta grind inside that anyway to get that leg off. These are transmission controllers for the little Mitsubishi Pajero key trucks. Little mini right-hand drive thingies from Japan from the 90s. Some of them are SUVs, and some of them are pickups with little dump beds, and some of them are vans. It's just that plastic is not going to be a... There we go. Got that one out. Awesome. We're doing pretty damn good on this one today. Got all that spewage from capacitor leakage. Got to dig that one out a little. And dig that back one out here too. Yeah. Should be able to get that one out now. And a little further. Not as far as that other guy did, and because there's capacitors under here, and if you go too far, you'll damage them. And I grind a little off the top. That way the soldering iron will transfer heat. Gets rid of all that corrosion from the capacitors. Gives you a nice fresh bit of solder to work with. Yep. you can see the shape of the base. These are the only thing I do that's other than the Tormach boards, that's regular. Everything else that I get is usually a one-off type thing, and I mean, unless it's maybe like an Otis elevator board, and that's a simple thing. That's just capacitors, or not capacitors, 0 ohm resistors, and reprogramming the firmware. That's not a difficult thing, but that's my little niche there. So then there's other things I do that, you know, bread PLC controller, bread machine PLC controllers and crap. Okay, I forgot to turn the shop on. Turn the microscope on, but computer, let's work.
Was that for me?
Let's work. Grab the soldering iron, it's not even friggin' on. Cotty relaxing over there. Oh, where did that go? There it is. Let's get these legs of the old capacitors out. Now this is also an aluminum circuit board. That's aluminum. When it goes to ceramic substrate. So this is just one. It's like trying to solder on a block of aluminum. So take your heat sink off your computer. And this tip is overshooting on me. I don't like it. This tip's wearing out. You gotta use a big tip. Get those out. If you're using anything like a Hako, Roy Repairs. Kitty cookies time. How many times are we gonna get interrupted? Let's see here. Roy's Repair gets Cotty cookies. Here. From Roy's Repair. Okay. Let's get these out and we'll see if we can see if my theory works. I don't know if you guys seen what was going on another one of these. I will put it to the spot and I will explain it again to the people that just came in. Okay. This section right here has capacitors under it. So if you are careless, you will damage them. And see the capacitors right here. So I'm going to remove the capacitors. We have a damaged capacitor on one that had prior work. You can see where the guy ground into them. It don't have like a shadowy white tint right here. He ground into it, damaged that capacitor. So I'm going to remove the capacitors off this one, and I'm going to measure from here to here and see if hopefully these resistors, or that resistor right there, don't interfere with it. I hope it won't, but no, they only get one treat, but I'll give her some just because you think that. So here you go. So I got to figure out that capacitor because I think that's the cause of his not working. Careless tech damage. So we'll be doing that here. These aren't just a clean repair, they're They're a bodge job, man, but is what it is. When the manufacturers make them difficult to repair like this, so. I was going to ask how you deal with that epoxy. Yeah, it takes physical mechanical force to get that epoxy off. So. And of course, it just wants to keep running on my I gotta get a different power supply for this. This tip is getting worn out. This is on the ground plane here, so it. Yes, I have an X-ray. I have an X-ray machine. Got it. I was in that epoxy a little bit, man. Should have dug that one out a little bit more. Yeah, number one mistake people do when they do these on their own, they don't take the legs out and they don't clean up the electrolytic acid, and they get just very poor solder connections. And in these two capacitors here, or three, you don't use general purpose unless they're like a low impedance general purpose. The low impedance general purpose will work, but you really want low ESR. Just remove the old legs. Always remove the old legs. You want to remove all the plastic. You don't want to contaminate your joint with. Yeah, I didn't grind that one, so I'm not getting a good connection. Give it a grind. Now we should get good heat transfer. Just like that. Giving away all my secrets. Yeah, that X-ray machines came in handy so many times. That's as clean as possible. Do we need to... We need a couple leads. Let's grab a cap here and clip me some leads. I gotta clean the... I want to go from this pad here so I'm going to use the ESR meter to attempt to read that cap under the epoxy here. And this one here, I believe, is where we were. There we go. So that'll be good connections. Yeah, it's probably like a 0.1 or a 1 or a 10. It could be. I don't care about resistance because there's most likely a resistor in there. So I'm not getting nothing. But I initially got, let's try a different frequency. Okay, at 100 kilohertz, we're getting 15 nanofarad. Definitely not a 1000. So yeah, 1000's not right. Let's try flipping. So I'm gonna say maybe a 10 nanofarad PHRCE. How you doing? Let me show you what I'm doing here. It's just the only way I think I can figure this out. I think it's coming up to a 10 nanofarad. So I'm thinking I need to figure out this value of this capacitor. So I remove these capacitors here, and I'm going from this leg to this leg. That completes the circuit of a good one. And this just goes to nothing. It goes, unless the collector of, I'm not sure what transistor that is, but it's ground line, I believe. But I think my theory is correct by just jumpering those two. I'm coming up with a 10 nanofarad. Coming up 11.38. Eight ohm, 9 ohm, 7 ohm. So I'm just going to put on that one that they ground into the capacitor. I'm just going to put a 10 nanofarad, Bodger 10 nanofarad in there. It's all I can really do. But yeah, 11. What's that, a 1,000 picofarad, something like that? All right, put this back on the charger. It needs charged. So, because I don't have one that I can grind and grind and grind. Yeah, BK Precision's nice. We can do it with the BK Precision too. I mean, it's right here. That was the Finercy. I'm just trying to do this with play with it. Just to see, but yeah, I really trust the Finercy here, or not the Finercy, but the BK Precision. And we need a frequency. Yeah, we're coming up with 12. And that's 18, but that's 100 hertz. So we're coming up with 12. Go the other direction. 12. So I think that's what it is. But I've been getting pretty good results with the FNRSI, FNRC. But I said, I own it. I should be able to see what it does for a cheap LCR meter. But I think I've got a 10 in an axial or radial lead. I'll have to look through my capacitors. But I better write that down so I don't forget it. We'll print a sticker. Yeah, FNRC's lower. I just want to experiment with it, see how it works on the bench. So that's just. But the Tengois are great. The BK Precisions are made by Tengoi, so. Yeah, I'm just gonna, where I'm soldered to now, I'm just gonna, instead of the empty leads there, I'm gonna put the capacitors in, and then I'm gonna solder in a capacitor, just like it would be, but on the outside of the epoxy. So right here, it goes, this lead comes up through the damaged capacitor. Looks like a resistor there. It's tied to another capacitor there. I don't know where it goes to over here, but it comes through that capacitor. I can tell the capacitors from resistors on the X-ray. And then it comes up over to this lead. Then it comes down through here. There's actually a jumper that goes from here under the epoxy. It goes to it's either a base or collector right there. That's goes up to the empty pad here. And this one goes to an empty pad there. So I don't think the transistor would interfere with the capacitance reading. But if I go put a capacitor from here to here, it's just acting like it's a replace there. But on the other one, it is open circuit from here to here. So that capacitor's gone. So, but TH, we got to get Cotty cookies. Let's see here. She's going to be in my lap. Cotty, come back over here. Just so we get the cookies. Here. You'll have to get them right here. Here, you don't want the cookies? Oh! Oop, she just stood all over the keyboard. Okay, we are back. Get over there. Here. These are from TH. Try to get cookies. Yeah, you'll see. What I'll do. Not doing on this one, but I was just doing this one because the capacitor is good on this one. So that was 10 nanofarad, right? Hottie? I don't care. Here, I'm gonna put you on the floor. Get on the floor. So that's what I'm gonna end up doing. All I can really do. Okay. Let's remove these leads, clean up the flux mess, and yep, that. Oh, that one's stuck. That welds itself to it. Alright. Clean enough for what we're doing. Gotta get that cleaned out of there. Yeah, grinding's the only way here, man. I've explored it and explored it and explored it. Anything you use that's going to actually be effective destroys the circuit board. So it'll eat through the packages of chips. Nice and clean pads. Yeah, even with the JBC, I should be preheating this board, but when you start working on it, it gets a little bit heating it. And sometimes I'll just blow a little bit on the bottom and it works. So it's aluminum. Aluminum boards just suckola. We keep those, and I'll do a couple tests on. I got a bunch more. I got more of these sitting over here, so I will. Yeah, I've got a fiber right there. It's the red machine that says Sundoor Laser on the side. I was thinking about trying to figure out how to overlay and slowly, overlay one of these completely and trace out where the epoxy is on it with the X-ray and see if I could obliterate real slow. Start taking the epoxy all the way off and get all the way down. But these are rare as hen's teeth, very expensive, so it would really have to be one that's like blown out a transistor or something. You know. I'm not sure the purpose of that cap, so it would. If I knew the purpose of the cap, I could tell if it was needed or not. I was thinking about just sending it with like it is, but I think that was the problem. So, mechanical damage. Yep, lining it up so getting the depth right too. I mean, we know what I can tell what size parts are by their measurements, so you can get the height of the parts, so you can sell it to okay at this depth. Don't start going around that part. It'd be multiple. It'd be a long process. Okay, let's get these capacitors in. Yeah. It's just time. I mean, that's a 60-watt MOPA fiber laser. It'll do it. I mean, it'll blow through copper, no problem. I haven't tried it on epoxy yet. I should do. I should next time I get a junk one. I'll see if I can buy it from the person. There might be one coming in this week. I think it has a blowhole. It's got a burn mark on the bottom side of the board there. So I think it's got a bad switch that failed. So we shall see if he sends it in or not. I told him I can't fix that one, so. But it'd be kind of cool to, do what you were saying there. Just be able to laser around exactly where you need to get to the internal part under the epoxy, but we're not at that point yet for how rare these are. So you can still kind of buy them. So the Daihatsu ones are pretty much impossible to get, so you might have to think about something like that. Hey, Mr. Spidey. Yeah. Well, some epoxies have different properties, so I'll have to experiment with it one day. Might make good YouTube content. My viewership's not up that high enough to do crap like that. So. But I have a never-ending stream of these things, man. And I am using the Starry High Temp Tacky Flux. Come on, get hot. I hate aluminum boards, so. Northern Utah. Yeah, I don't like to experiment on customers' boards unless they give me explicit permission. So this rinse and repeat here, man. Come on. Yeah, flux up. Clean the tip, flux up. Get that to flow. Actually, Salt Lake City gets pretty freaking warm. Hate that when that happens. Oh. Let me try some V3 on that one here. That's just evaporating too fast, I think. At the heat. Gonna have to heat that up. Sometimes I'll go in here with a small. Get in here with the tiny hot air. Good enough. All the flux drained down. Okay. Nice, shiny, good connections. Those ain't going nowhere. Good enough. Much better. Yeah, I think Alberta's voting to succeed in Canada. Have to see how that works out. We might get some Canadian people. I used to deliver a lot of airplanes up to Fort McMurray up there. Um, Good enough. A little bit heavy on that, on the negative side. It is what it is. Yeah, I like about 75 degrees. If I could find a place that was 75 degrees year round, be awesome. Clean that up a little bit more there. Good, good. Clean up. I might get 3 of these done today. Hey, we're coming out of an ice age, man. Yes, it's getting hotter. Hotter and hotter every time, every day. But we won't see any real 100% effects of it until we'll never see it in our lifetime, so. And don't forget, we still have that hole in the ozone layer. Yes, we do. And they never talk about the hole in the ozone layer anymore. Yeah. Shit, when I was a kid, that's all they talked about. How hairspray is destroying the planet. That's why girls stopped doing big hair. Oh. They destroyed Aquanet. Government. Government killed the hottest girls in the world, man. 80s girls. 80s rocker girls, man. Now we got these freaking bimbos that look like clowns, man. Really, what puts on makeup and makes you laugh? Modern women. And clowns. Weasel box. Aquanet hair. Okay, weasel box. We gotta give Cotty cookies. Come on, Cotties. You're right over here. You gotta get the cookies. You're supposed to be laying right here. You're not doing your supervising right. You're banning your post. That was weasel box. Cotty kit treat. Hey, what time is it? We've been streaming 2 hours. This will go 4 hours, most likely. So. What, you want more? Okay, here, one more. Okay. Next. Oh, yeah. Here we I need music. That's what I'm missing. Yeah, that's... Gotta keep cleaning. That flux out of here. Much as you can get. Alright. Still sticky. Wonder if I mixed, because I mixed the flux, maybe. I'll go through it again later. Get the work done. Do the cleanup lap. Next. Clippers. We ain't got no massive corrosion. These are all the bonding wires are looking pretty good. This one don't have much leakage. Still some leakage there, but that's gonna be liquid. Nah, that's shellac. Solidified. That one's got some pretty heavy on that one too. Those three right there, if either of these two right there, or is it no, it'd be these two under here. If sometimes they don't cover those, and if those two get corrosion, you're done. So they connect deep into that epoxy. Hey man, I grew up in the 80s. As that meme says, I think Elvira got me into goth. Or got my attraction to those weirdo girls. But 80s big hair, oh yeah. Cassandra Peterson. Wow, that was her name. Elvira, Cassandra Peterson. Oh, this is a turbo. It's got 1, 2, 3 right there. Yeah, each one of these is slightly different how much epoxy spread out when the robot did it. That is drier than a bone. These ones don't look... That one leaked. So for sure that one leaked. For sure that one leaked. This one don't look like it leaked. It's still got nice shiny. Those two probably gonna be leaked. Nah, she's got TDS, man. She is anti-capitalist communist party. Even though capitalism made her very wealthy. Oh. So did being a whore. Yeah, these are dry. Let's give this a squish. Dry as a bone. Hey, let's make noise. Grind, grind, grind. Yeah, some people nowadays just they don't appreciate what was made available to them by this country. Oh. Yeah. I don't give a rat's ass about any of these celebrities. They just are. They're not good people. I stumped him up. He does like this live chat, and I think it was Tony Danza, or wait, no, that was the dude that played Charles in Charge. What was his name? I seen him on he popped up on my live stream, and I asked him what he does. You know, what has he done to help advance other people in his trade? And he got stumped, and he's like, I tell them to save their money. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not doing anything for them. And another fucking douche that, you know, from the 80s era. His name's Ricky Rackman. He used to run the Headbangers Ball. And I'm going to call that SOB out. He did this 1 foot in the gutter doer thing where he talks and tells stories about, you know, his life, Headbangers Ball, and hanging out with rock stars and shit. And it'd be cool to go listen to some of those stories. But it was 75%. I looked at the ticket cost. It was like $25, but the service fees were like 75%. I'm like, on principle, no freaking way. Tony Danza, he was Who's the Boss, right? Yeah, he was Who's the Boss. Alyssa Milano, that's another one that went off the fucking rockers and lost it, man. But you know, you've got this guy named Ricky Rackman. He has this place that used to be awesome in the 80s called the Cat House. I guess he inherited it from his parents, but it's sitting there boarded up, closed. I mean, he could open that freaking place up and allow new bands to come in and play that are, you know, rock metal, and get their start. But no, he just keeps it boarded up. So he's a freaking poser. He's, you know, he'd be a poser. Like I said, I don't give a freaking rat's ass about these celebrities. They lose their hunger. You know, when they get sick or whatever, and yeah, it's tragic, it's sad, say something in passing. But, you know, if you got sick or something happens to you, they don't give a shit about you. I give a shit about them. Oh, fuck them. Don't waste your time with them. They are just a distraction to extract money out of you. That's all their goal is. Yep. He could be giving back. You know, they preach and preach and preach. But when they've got the means and the ability to give back, they just want to still take. And now that the USAID and all this crap have been defunded, ooh, my... We're not being bombarded with this rap music anymore. I'm a sushi. Money and really do change people. We're all susceptible to it. Like you said, what have you done to give back? That's how you know the ones still have good in them. Correct. I would agree. You know, look at, you know, I had a conversation with Sebastian Bach from Skid Row last September when he was up here at the casino. And he came out, didn't charge people to come out and do a meet and greet and shit. We had conversations and it was awesome. He's like, you know, it's the least I could do. You know, you gave him a nice, his fans and, you know, people that watch his shit, listen to his music, gave him a nice life. You know, put his kids through school and shit, you know. He tours with some small bands like that Chevy Metal. I mean, they're kind of smallish, but just to give them a little extra help, you know, get people in front of them. I mean, the thing is, Dave Grohl's son's on the drum, another junkie that OD'd. Bump that bonding wire somehow and break it. That's good. Yeah, I want to get an air dental drill to do this. So. Yeah. I enjoy their music, but other than that, I don't give a freaking shit about them. If they do something nice, do something weird, I'll mention it. But I don't know what to talk about, man. I don't live like the average person's life. I don't have a 9 to 5. I won't ever get a 9 to 5. If I do get a 9 to 5, it will be something that I'm just doing a social experiment on, just to see how lazy I can be at work. Still want to do that, but it have to be for a major corporation, not a little mom and pop shop. You know, wouldn't want to put them through that hell. Yeah, I need a refill on my coffee too. It's cold. Yeah, I'd love a little high-speed dental drill. They're about this size now, so about this size. Not, I wouldn't want an old big bulky damn thing. But. Hey, let's see if we can loosen some of this glue. These are going to be a pain in the ass, I know it. I'm going to do 3 of these. That's it. I got to save one for if I have to redo that video that I did earlier. Which I probably will redo it. Okay, while that's soaking, I'm gonna go get me coffee. Coffee time. Might have misspelled making. Oh. I'm a horrible speller. Coffee. Oh, oh, hot. Victor. Okay, Connie, get some cookies. For Victor. For Victor. And Weasel Box, the rules of the room. New chatter, Cotty gets cookies. If I leave the room and come back in, Cotty gets cookies. Okay. That's what I got messages. What are... No, I don't want to drive to Salem. Ugh. Something new from Rossman. Check my email real quick. Standing up. Practical machinist. We don't give a shit about that. I made a sale. Some AliExpress shit shipped. Ooh, got a response from JBC. Oh, you guys gotta see this. Okay, because I did a thing on the JBC tip cleaners, these older tip cleaners, how they have uncommanded operations. Let me see if I can pull it up without exposing anything yet. Yep, this is... I'm going to probably expose all my emails here. I'll take a picture of it. Take a screenshot. This was 53 minutes ago from JBC. Come on. Take a screenshot. They just want to refund what I paid for these. It's not going to happen. Where did I put that? I gotta, let's see here. OBS. So yeah, basically these tip cleaners here, they'll start automatically. And if you do 100 millivolt fluctuation, I've done it on 3 different models, or 3 different ones. I can repeat it. JBC says they can't repeat it, which is bullshit. Okay, here is their reply. 53 minutes ago. We're replying to your August 3rd technical support regarding the JBC CLMBA product. We take product concerns under the CPSA and other laws very seriously. As we mentioned in our earlier email, the product itself did go through testing and was discontinued early 2021. We have received no other safety complaints on this product. Well, bullshit. I'm going to call that bullshit, because even their new units will have uncommanded operations. They will just start up, you know, or when you start them, they do not stop when they're supposed to stop. That is a product defect. Okay. Our testing on different units of the CLMB-A product did not replicate the issues you raise. Additionally, we are unable, through our records, verify your purchase of these units, and we cannot validate the condition of the products that may have been purchased through resale, marketplace, or unauthorized channels. Huh? Fuck you, JBC. However, customer satisfaction is paramount importance to us. Therefore, if you're not completely satisfied with the product, we are sending a prepaid UPS return label so that you can return the 3 units of the CLMBA or CLMBU you purchase, and we can test and verify the issue you raised on the exact units you have experience with the issue. Once units are received, we will initiate a refund check for the cost of the 3 units. Please package the units using the enclosed UPS labels and drop the mailer with the local US nearest UPS carrier. Note that your email references concerns under OSHA and right to repair. Well, I sent them a right to repair request for my soldering stations. Have not got a response back yet on that one. They were verifiable purchases on those ones, so they can't say that. But it don't matter if you buy them on the secondary market. They were manufactured after 2021. So you should know that OSHA's enforcement authority is limited to ensuring that employers provide a safe workplace for their workers. OSHA does not have enforcement authority against manufacturers with respect to products manufactured. Oh, yeah. Well, if that thing starts up and hurts somebody, yes. Okay. I mean, it's just a tip cleaner. I mean, like it's going to hurt somebody? No. But if it don't stop, you know, it could cause some issues. So they're both horrible at customer service. With respect to the U.S. right to repair laws, we are currently evaluating the requirements, and we expect to reply to you shortly on that issue. Okay. In the meantime, we look forward to being able to conduct further safety testing on the returned CLMBA, CLMBU units. We trust that the refund of the product's costs will resolve this issue for you. Best regards. And then some bullshit confidentiality notice. Yeah, fuck you, JBC. I have them. And I will make reports to any agency that's going to listen. The video I did, I will post it in the I think I did it live. Let me see. Doing stuff. Okay, right here. Get shareable link. Right there. I tested one and showed the issue with one live. If there's 100 millivolt fluctuation, it's, and then I looked at my my teardown of the circuit board, and I think it's just they're not properly regulating the voltage on the light gate. So, but I can repeat it. I can repeat that experiment on any of these three chip cleaners. So, you want to see my right to repair letter? See if I pull that up here on this computer. Yeah, they think they have the right to my property. Think, oh yeah, we'll just give you a refund. No, I want this property to work as it's intended to. I don't want it to have to sit there and have to reset it because it's got a defect in the design. Let's see, JBC. Oh, corporate chip cleaner. That's the MVE right to repair request. That was the email. Document request. That one? Yes, right there. Okay, bring the browser up on this one. Hey, this was my document request. Says, JBC Tools Inc., registered agent, legal document service, certified mail return receipt. And here it is right here. Pull these up. I'm going to dox myself. I don't give a shit. Put that one up. Okay, I sent it to him. Return receipt, stamped, postmarked, electronic. I got all the return stuff. Okay. So we're going off the rails today here. So it's there's CSC, Lawyers Incorporating Service, Sacramento. So they've signed for it. I've got it. Let's see here. How about they say a bunch of nonsense? Yeah. Weller's the same way, man. Weller's not owned by Weller anymore. It's owned by a big tool group, Apex Tool Group. And Apex Tool Group, I think, owns like Milwaukee Tools and shit or something. I don't remember. Craig Morris, he's my sales agent, Washington State, JBC Tools. See here, my second and final request, right to repair documentation, parts, tools, JBC soldering product under Washington State RCW 9.415, Washington's Right to Repair Act. Say concern, this letter is a formal request following my prior written request sent via email on July 17th, 2026 for repair documentation, tools, firmware, calibration data, and replacement parts for the JBC soldering products identified below. Serial numbers are on file with JBC. This request was made under Washington State's Right to Repair Act, RCW 19415, which requires an original manufacturer to make available to any independent repair provider or owner on fair and reasonable terms the parts, tools, and documentations intended for the diagnostics, maintenance, or repair of digital electronic products first manufactured and first sold or used in Washington State on or after July 1st, 2021. all they have to be is used here after that. So, JBC has not substantially responded to my initial request on July 17th. This second letter serves as notice that continued non-response or refusal to comply with the will be treated as a failure to make parts, tools, and documentation available on fair and reasonable terms, a violation of RCW 19.415, and as an unfair and deceptive act in trade or commerce under Washington State's Consumer Protection Act, RCW 1986. Statutory definitions under RCW 19.415 definitions. Owner shall mean an individual or business. Okay, so they can't say, oh, well, these are in commercial business equipment. It states there under owner is an individual or business that owns or leases digital electronic products purchased or used in this state. Yes, I am the owner of the products identified below within the meaning of this definition, and I'm entitled to the parts, tools, documentation directly from JBC as the original manufacturer. So. Should have had is. Oh well, but hold on, let me capture on the chat here. Yeah, no, so don't buy any new Weller products. I had one catch fire on me, complete junk weasel box. Okay, so RCW 19.415 definition subsection 5 documentation means any manual maintenance procedures or functional wiring diagrams, reporting output, service code descriptions, circuit board schematic, security code, password, training material, troubleshooting information, lists of required tools, parts list, or other guidance or information that enables a person to diagnose, maintain, or repair, or update a digital electronic product. Under RCW 19.415 definition subsection 15, tool means any software program, hardware implement, or other apparatus used for diagnostics, maintenance, or repair of digital electronic products, including software or other mechanism that provide, program, or repair a part, calibrate functionality, or perform any other function required to bring the product or part back to fully functional condition, including any updates. Statutory manufacturer responsibility. JBC Tools maintains no independent third-party authorized service center for these products, separate from JBC Tools itself. JBC Tools is the manufacturer, and by operating its own service provider, JBC Tools is the service center for purposes of this request, and cannot direct this request elsewhere. The products are advertised by JBC Tools as manufactured in the European Union and marked on the product as such. The manufacturer of record, JBC necessarily holds the schematics, calibration data, firmware, and documentation required to produce the products in the first instance. JBC cannot credibly claim an inability to produce the documentation and parts that its own manufacturing process requires it to possess. That means they make this shit, and if they actually make it themselves in the EU, they have the schematics, they have a board layout, they've got a bill of materials. If the schematics come back and they're written in Chinese, then they're saying that they're making this shit in the European Union, and they're not. Okay? So they're getting. This is why they don't want to release this shit, I think. So. To the extent JBC Tools Inc. and Missouri, USA, imports the products into Washington State for sale and distribution, it is the importer of the record and is jointly responsible together with JBC Soldering SL for ensuring compliance with RCW 19415-020. Required to make available parts, tools, and documentation effective January 1st, 2026. An original manufacturer shall make available to independent repair providers or owners on fair and reasonable terms any part, tools, documentation intended for the diagnostics, maintenance, or repair of digital electronic products and parts that are first manufactured and first sold or used in Washington State on or after July 1st, 2021. Such parts, tools, and documentation shall be made available either directly by the original manufacturer or via an authorized repair provider or authorized third-party provider. Okay. Trade secret defense. I anticipate JBC will attempt to withhold the requested schematics and other documentations by characterizing them as trade secrets. RCW 19.415 Section 5.1 provides, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to require an original manufacturer to divulge a trade secret to an independent repair provider, except as necessary to provide parts, tools, and documentations on fair and reasonable terms. So that means, yeah, they can seriously just say, yeah, we don't want, we think this part, or all of our information is trade secrets. Well, no, the law states you have to give up this specific information. You don't have to give up the Gerber files to make the circuit boards. You don't have to give up the source code. So this exception does not authorize a blanket refusal. It is narrow by its own terms. It excuses disclosure only where a trade secret is not otherwise necessary to provide the parts, tools, documentation the Act already requires. The schematics, wiring diagrams, calibration data, and service documentation requested here fall squarely within the definition of documentation under RCW 19.415.25 and are, by definition, necessary to diagnose, maintain, and repair the listed products. A general trade secret designation cannot be used to override an obligation if the statute itself makes it contingent on necessity. Any assertion of a trade secret protection must identify the specific information withheld and explain with particularity why that specific information is not necessary to provide the documentation owed under the Act. A bare assertion of the trade secret status without more will be treated as a refusal to comply with RCW 19.415 and referenced accordingly in the complaint filed with Washington State Attorney General and civil complaint in state and or federal court. Covered products. The following JBC soldering products were purchased and first used in Washington State between September 2023 and October 2023 after the Act's July 1st, 2021 coverage date and were replaced with new manufactured units under warranty December 2023 with items manufactured in 2023. Okay, so I'm covering all my bases there. Okay. Units in possession were first used in Washington December 2023. I am the owner of these, and they are my tangible personal property. This request covers a DDE-1C soldering station, MVE-A vacuum extractor, as well as the associated stands. Okay. And I give them a list here. I'm not requesting a blanket thing, everything made from July 1st, 2021 forward. I'm just requesting these specific items right here. So, what is being requested? All repair and service documentation for the models listed above, including schematics, wiring diagrams, bill of material, and calibration procedures. Diagnostic software, firmware, any device pairing or authentication data needed to restore full functionality after repair. Replacement parts on fair and reasonable terms for the listed models. Any specialty tools required to perform diagnostics, maintenance, and repair the listed units. What is not being requested? Source code, Gerber files, plots. Supporting documentation, I have retained the manufacturer's date, proof of first use in Washington, warranty replacement records, text email messages for each of the units listed above. I request a substantive written response within 5 days. Well, that 5 days is gone, long gone, man. Of date of this letter confirming JBC's compliance with RCW 19415. And they've been aware of this for a long time, so. But, where did I leave off? I'm requesting a substantive written response within 5 days of the date of the receipt of this letter, confirming JBC's compliance with RCW 19415 or providing a specific itemized explanation for any denial. Absent a response within that window, I will file a complaint with Washington State Attorney General's office and pursue all civil remedies available under RCW 19.86. So I'm not going to pursue anything under 19.415 because that can be enforced by that can only be enforced by the Attorney General, and you can file for damages. You know, say if you have to replace the unit and they don't want to provide you with the repair, you can actually go after them in small claims for the replacement. You can't go up. You can use them not complying as causation. So that's the way the governor, who used to be the Attorney General of the state of Washington, kind of explained it. So I tried it with King Electrical. The judge didn't apply the law, but I have an appeal on that one. So if anybody out there knows how to do transcriptions legally, a legal transcription of a trial, I need help to get it done. The trials, I'll link it in the description. You can find it on my YouTube channel. But I need that. I'm going to end up having to probably outlay about $1,000 to get that done. I think that was the lowest quote, right around a little over $1,000 to have a third party do the transcription. So. No, not in like a small claims appeal. Not many attorneys practice that. So it's pretty difficult to find an attorney on, because the limits are capped. Okay, so most of the caps on a civil matter will be $10,000. Or treble damages. So if you take them to big boy court, you know, full on court, other than small claims, there's really not much they can do for punitive in Washington State's Consumer Protection Act. It'll cost the attorney more to fight it than you'll recover. So, but yeah, that was the JBC stuff. So, I'm still gonna hit Hawko hard. I just don't. I wait. I'm a very patient person. So. Okay. Back to work. Little right to repair rant on JBC. They are really scared of the little YouTubers. You know, I might be little now with, you know, almost 5,000 subscribers, but maybe in 5 years I might have 100,000. I might take off. I don't know. Shit, I could have a whole bunch of people desub and maybe back down to 1,000. I don't know. Yeah, small claims is it's where these matters belong. But no, they think I'm going to send my tip cleaners and be without a tip cleaner to them so that they can investigate their design flaw, which, I mean, it's, let me pull up a video here. Okay. This is their new one. And this is another YouTuber. He'll copyright me. Watch. Let me pull it up. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, tip cleaner. Okay, let me see. I think it was this one here. Was it this one? Okay. Yes, this is their newer one. This is from another YouTuber. This is from QS Tech Services. This is a he's gone through like 2 of them, I think. And I think this is, I think Weller copied this one, or they copied Weller's. Go on, where'd my browser go? Yeah, QS Tech Services.
All right, so I got the JBC tip cleaner here. This just randomly start. You can see it's on the signal, right? For sensor. But look at it, it just keeps spinning. Just starting out of nowhere. Put my finger in here. Nothing. Nothing over the sensor. There's nothing in the way here. But I mean, look at that, man. Nothing. Can't stop it. Just starts spinning up.
So, I don't know if the audio came through on that one, but yeah. That is the JBC issue right now. That, and come December, my shit's out of warranty. So I want schematics. I want everything for them. I want to be able to fix it. I want to be able to order 2 or 3 displays now that I can put. Okay. I want to order 2 or 3 displays for the future. Yeah, it's a tough task, and you burn a bridge. I mean, JBC will never do business with me ever again. I don't think Taco won't do business with me ever again. You burn the bridge, so you got to be prepped. You can't, you know, you got to be prepared to know that you're going to be blackballed in the industry. My right to repair has lost me clients. So, but I don't want them as clients if they're going to be anti-repair. So, I would rather be broke and eat out of a fucking trash can again than deal with somebody that don't like repair. Come on. Trying to get this out in one piece without it having to chip it out. Yeah, they don't love me, Victor. No. Yeah, I'm repairing, but there's a lot of stuff I would love to be able to repair that it's just not worth my time to sit there and reverse engineer it for a one-off. If I got to spend, 10 or 15 hours doing methodical fault finding and reverse engineering to find a fault versus if I could spend 15 minutes with a schematic and get to it, it's going to save the customer money. It's going to save my time, my brain. Because it's a one-off job. I'm only going to do one. It's not like I'm going to do 100 of them. Figures. I'm going to have to chip that one out. God damn it. Sometimes I can grab it with a pair of pliers. Nope. You have to be very careful because if you slip and you take out these bonding wires, you're working extra hard. I always stress that to people. Yes, data sheets and schematics are our friends. Sometimes you can look at a circuit and, okay, well, you can pull the data sheet up, and most manufacturers, a lot of them will use the example, the circuit or something close to it, and you can get the schematic out of the data sheet. But more and more data sheets they're not including example circuits and shit nowadays, so they're getting really crappy. Which manufacturers stop gluing this shit in. I'm gonna have to dig that out a little more. Oop, no, I won't. Misspoke. Sometimes it takes a little bit for the IPA to work its way around the glue. Yeah, I understand why they glue these parts down to the board. They'll paste the board with a little bit of epoxy when they pick on the pick and place machine and glue them down, but it's not that it's hard, it's time consuming. Did my camera's stuck? No, my camera's not stuck. Okay. I'm just way delayed on here, on my monitor here. Yeah, I'm not that smart when it comes to this crap, man. I just look it up as I need it, All that. It's really the only thing you can do. You do stuff enough, it kind of almost gets memorized, but my brain only can handle so much. Well, there I did my I let my JBC plan out of the bag, so there move JBC. You know who likes to report on my videos? Ooh. Yeah, last time you did this, JBC, he got some attention. I hope it gets some. I hope that right repair crap gets some attention. But look at that! Perfect grind. I like a perfect grind. I like my coffee ground perfectly. Mm-hmm. And as a kid and skateboarded, I grind. Look at this. You can see the. I love them when they come out like this, where it's just you see the base and the epoxy. Oh. And this goes to there. That's 12-volt line. I don't see any high potential with the JBC shit. I've been repairing shit since 97. It was when Bill Clinton, February 14th, 1996, because I lost my job at the feed store when the floods hit. I went down and met Bill Clinton because he was in town, and I just stopped at the local TV shop because he needed help. He was stressed. He had lots of work, FEMA work. So I did take a 10-year break. To fly airplanes around the world. So $30 right? But count that in summers and see how it feels. Yeah, like I said, I've only got maybe 20 summers left. Well, my father is turning 72 here. On Friday. I don't know. What do you get a 72-year-old? I was like, depends. But yeah, I don't think JBC's gonna. They're trying to find a way to weasel out. Weasel out. But of complying with the right to repair. But I'm annoying, and I'm a good type of annoying when it comes to repair. Like when I met the senator that when they signed the right to repair bill in, he's like, "Oh, you're the annoying one." So, yeah. Gotta keep my hands steady. Yeah, these are kind of, yeah. They're difficult. These are a pain in the ass. But you know what? If you just do them at your leisure, like I do, they're not too bad. I said, the only ones I don't like, if you want to piss me off, order one that say I want it done. I want it done in 24 hours. Then I get kind of upset, and you'll hear a lot more four-letter words out of my fucking mouth. Okay, we needed to verify this is reading 10 nanofarad on that internal capacitor. I'm gonna put this. I'm down to 2 bars. Might only get 2 of these done today. Yeah, you don't go too far into that, or you'll end up being like that other person taking out a capacitor underneath the epoxy. So it's the first time I've seen somebody take out the capacitor underneath the epoxy. But I didn't know there was a capacitor underneath that epoxy until I got my X-ray machine. That should be good enough. Only doing this because you got to get the leg out. You get that. Yeah, you got to. I feel like a broken record when I'm live streaming, but you got to get that leg off, that leg off, that leg out. You don't want to be soldered. Technically you could probably just solder onto those, but it's just crap. QS Tech. Yeah, I played your video. It's of your chip cleaner operating uncommanded. Okay. Hey, it's not stopping. It's going. I gotta actually reset it and turn it back on. That's just because the power supply. I haven't replaced the power supply yet. If I plug in a different power supply, it operates normal. So you gotta have a real stable power supply, but that's a flaw in the unit, not a. That power supply should be able to have a little bit of variation, especially under load. Yeah, I gotta continue grinding. Getting distracted with my thoughts. you almost, after you've done a couple hundred of these, you kind of get a feel for where you're at. Yeah, the tip cleaners are almost $1,000. Yeah, be very careful on those pads. That tool will go right through them like that. Like that. Okay. I better plug this in here. If I plug this in while I'm doing the soldering, I'll have enough to do the third one. And QS, as soon as I get off the chair, I'll give Cotty cookies for you if she's still on the table. No, she's out of here. So. Ah, I forgot that one. God damn it. There I am, not thinking again. Clean that up. I forgot to clean one. Kitty went bye-bye. Yeah, she'll be back. The shop door's open, so she probably went outside to go look at the sunrise. I'm getting better at this streaming as I do more. I just got to do more. All right. Yeah, now it's wet. Now it's wet, so we're gonna get dust all over it. Yeah. So QS, I read my JBC rights for repair request letters. As they responded on the tip cleaner, they was like, "Yeah, we'll send you a UPS label, and you can send them back to all three of them back to us, so we can evaluate them." Because they probably can't evaluate them because they don't have any of them. So, because they're older. But it's I have an idea. And I'm gonna probably take one apart and try to attempt my fix to it to prove that it's the design flaw. Okay. Yeah, 3, and I can repeat the 100 millivolt power supply test on it to show that. And then I love their email that says they've not had any other complaints. Huh, bullshit. Anybody else that's had JBC tip cleaner start up automatically? Comment below. But I hope the camera. I messed with the camera settings a bit. I hope it's better. It shouldn't have to be a freaking video engineer to set up a microscope camera. Somebody's dinging me. Who's dinging me? Post office never picked up yesterday, so. Sorry, Walmart. Somebody in Salt Lake bought some BNC connectors. Bought them all. Wow. Satanic Temple. Don't give a shit about them. Rumble. Nope. Bone Medicine Army. Nope. Auction. Okay, put this back on the charger. On the charger. Okay. Yeah. I'm not the only one. It's yours does it, and there's a few people on the EEV blogs that do it. So they can't just say that, oh, that's the normal freaking bullshit lie a lot of companies say, oh, it don't happen to anybody else. You're the only one. You're the only one. Bullshit. I wish you could get discovery in small claims court. That would expose their lies in a heartbeat, man. I think Texas has discovery in small claims. Limited scope discovery. I should move to fucking Texas. If you just see me thinking, staring off, doing nothing, yell at me. We're going to get 3 of these done today. Yeah, I would like to see the internals of the new one and x-ray the board of it and see if they're using the similar. I bet you they're using the similar circuit and just change the I bet they're probably using the almost identical circuit. And yeah, I gotta clean that pad up right there. Okay. I just don't want to do it. Why? Well, get up there if you want cookies. I owe you cookies from QS. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get up here. Here. QS cookies. Okay, I gotta shut this door down. I don't know if it's... Yeah, it's still cooler out there. It gets hot in a heartbeat out here right now. It's the voltage is dipping on the infrared emitters because they're using, I think, a Zener diode to get the 5 volts, not an LDO. So there it is. It's running again and again and again and again. That stopped. But I think it's a software bug. It could be a software bug too. Okay, cap kit. Yeah, people say they want to see me do more repairs, so I'm doing them. I think it's a combination of both, but it's just been sitting there running. Because once you reset it, it's fine. You know, if they said, oh, well, yep, we have a hardware error, do this fix to it, it'll correct it. Awesome. But no, they want to fucking blow smoke up my ass. It don't happen for anybody else. Stop. You don't be digging your claws over there. I gave you cookies. And you got a little dish of water over there. Ow! What the hell? You see this? Oh. You're being awfully needy. Whenever she jumps up on me, she just digs her claws into my leg. Yeah, I mean, I called JBC out on them not removing features, and oh yeah, it's normal. It's normal. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Okay. I don't think the Spanish people, say the customer's always right-ish. Sometimes your customer's dead friggin' wrong, but they're always right. Anybody want me to post their shipping label and just send them random shit? They send a prepaid label. UPS store will accept it, even if it's been used. I think I'm gonna send them a couple fucking tires. I got a couple tires. I got some like 30 my old tires off my Hummer. I'm gonna send them those. So I'm gonna just tape the label to the fucking tire and send it to them. They want to play games? We'll play fucking games. That's what we used to do to junk mail. That's how we used to get rid of tires, when they send you no postage necessary if mailed in the United States. Yeah, you want to? I'll post the link. I got the X-ray of it, and let me pull it up here. Let me see. That was the first one I had. I think I added to the blog post. Yep, added to the blog post. Well, why not? It's unsolicited. I did not ask for the label. They sent it to me. So, well, I'm about to do it. Over what type of postage? Where's it going? I haven't looked at it yet. So. Yeah, a little bit of cutty puke. Damn it. How'd I miss that? Oh, like that. Did you pukies and I didn't see it? Poor Gaudies. Keep knocking stuff down. I need something to drink other than coffee. Now I'm all pissed off about JBC. Green Gatorade. Gatorade H2O, yes. Clean up Cotty mess. Oh, you've had enough cookies right now. Yeah. Sugar. Water, sugar, dextrose, chemicals. Who needs to be embalmed nowadays? Go. Body's just being her pesky little self. No. Just go lay down on everything over there. Yeah. Make yourself room. Clean this up. I'm only doing 3 of these. The 4th one I got to keep for in case my video didn't turn out. Yeah. Now she overeats. She's skinny, but she overeats. Eh. Grab these crappers home. I'm gonna Change my tip out. I got another one of these tips floating around here somewhere. Getting a bit worn on the very tip. Yeah. They are walking stomachs. I just did not want to melt. Good enough. Gotta get better. Top the flux off on that one. Or... There we go. Nice. Yeah, these aluminum boards, man, they're not easy to solder to. Makes it a little easier if you preheat. But if I set up the shit to preheat, it just takes way too much more time. It's just fight with it for an extra 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And you'll get decent connection. Not like the other connections like that one yesterday, man. That was horrible. And just drown it in flux too. It works too. This soldering iron's up on high temp too. So. But this tip seems to oxide out a lot. I gotta tin it with some lead free or use my tip tinner. Nice. It's the best puddle I've done all day. Good enough. That was the best puddle I did all day. Sometimes it flows, sometimes it don't. Cool. Your test lead shipped and yeah, I don't know about those caps, but it seems like the audio people like them. But I don't know. Did you verify the dimensions of them? Well, are they going to be too big or too small? Well, smaller's fine, but an axial, the bigger's not. I got more cleaning to do. I'll do all the cleaning at the end. I'll give them a quick scrub and a full clean. It's good. Just hope they're not too big. They might be too big. You never know. I should verify. Good enough. I need to publish that letter on the groups. Bastard. Good enough. Even better. I don't like that one. Oh, top off. Oh, made it worse. Made it worse. These aluminum boards just suck, man. Oops. It flowed. Got dirt. Flux got dirty. I told you on the when we were chatting, verify your measurements, and you showed a picture of your calibers. But I don't think they listed the measurements on those. Yeah, that did not. We'll clean that up in a minute here. Looks like crap. And to keep this in frame for y'all, but good enough. Good enough. Oh man, I was gonna verify that capacitor. God damn it. We'll do it on the next one. I'm gonna have to clean that off. Too much solder on there. Clean off that dirty, gross flux. And okay. Throw some piece of paper towel in there and soak up all this. Give me a nice clean solder joint there. Oh, I just put a little burn on that cap. Oops. Much better. And I'm not gonna mess with it. It can have a little tiny bubble on one end. It's not gonna be. Clean up. Yeah, how many did you have in stock? I just ordered like 15 pounds of assorted random caps. So because I've been running into some odd, weird stuff lately, and I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna grab a big old 15-pound grab bag of just assorted name brand caps. That'll work. Hit Harbor Freight up and get me some more bins, and I got a couple hundred of them now. Couple hundred drawers full. Can never have too many parts. Well, caps, they do have a shelf life, so. I don't like to buy more than I can use in a couple years, so. I don't like that little ball down there of solder. That little ball. I don't like that. Gone. Yeah, I've done that. Ordered, got in a hurry, too lazy to go look at my stock. Order and realize when I get it here and put them in inventory, I already have a whole bunch of them. I ordered the correct RAM for those programmers. Let's verify that. Yeah. I didn't test it yet. I was gonna, but then my brain couldn't stay on task. I was too tired. That was like a 12-hour stream on that one, man. Is that when I get 10,000 subs, I'll do a 24-hour stream. Almost to 5,000. It's just messy, messy, messy Flux. I wish I could ultrasonic these two without destroying them. I mean, I can give them like 10 seconds, that's it, but that's not enough. You need at least 20, 30 seconds to get all the flux. Because when you ultrasonic them, it just takes these little bonding wires right off and just go poof. End up floating in the solution. Mika. Gotta be very, very easy around these. I figure this is different. Everybody does like PlayStations and game consoles. Let's do transmission controllers. Yeah, that'll draw on the viewers, right? It's dirty quick. Yeah, I think I need to talk to either Black Horse or Starry. See if we can get a high temp water soluble flux that I can just use lukewarm water. Good enough. That's no clean flux, so. Yeah, the more niche you are, the less viewers. Yep. Okay. Then when I send these home, I go right like this. Give it a bend there. Go right here. Bend there. One up here. Bend it over just like that. All uniform. These just stay up, floating in the breeze up here. Yeah, I tried to find some. I don't like these. These are too fat. By 1 millimeter. Those are 8x7s. And these are these are 6x7, I believe, and these are 4x7, so 2 millimeters. I like the 4x7s. Next one, last one. Yeah, YouTube don't pay beans. I might make 30 cents on a freaking video. On a 4-hour live stream, I might make 99 cents. All right, so cleanup and inspection. My horrible cutting work. Did you see the Monday stream when I cut these open? Yeah, but I can't form words sometimes. I think of the word, but I just can't get it out my fucking mouth. But I kind of sound like Joe Biden sometimes. Ah. Get most of the plastic out of this thing. I just don't want to come out of there, does it? This an inspection. Oh, a little bit blurry. I could imagine if they potted these whole things. I mean, filled this whole thing with epoxy. How bad it would be. It would be a nightmare. I want to reproduce this board. I want to reproduce the whole board. That's electrolytic acid. Condense it, make it simple. Because there's a lot of circuitry that don't need to be here. See, look at that. See that goo? That is the electrolytic acid that leaked out of this cap attacking those bonding wires. This one might have issues. See that? That's the glue. This one might have a lot of bonding wire damage. I'd be very, very careful with this one. But man, they really put a lot of epoxy in on this. I mean, sure, we do video. People are going to watch, but if that's all you do, even with booter streams, it's more repetitive. He just changes it up with talking and engaging in other ways. Yeah, I need to get more engagement, on this. Like, where they can do commands and shit. I got to figure that out. So, some of the best times we're hunting issues with this BGA rework. That's this machine right here. I gotta learn how to use this. It'll be a different experience. But I got to figure out. I don't want to do game consoles with it. I want to do other things with it. So, but this is the last one of these for the day, and I'll be back. Well, no, Friday is. I'll probably do a stream Friday, but it'll be one and finish. Do all the testing and everything. I like to do these in batches like this, but Friday is, I got a prior obligation, so I don't learning the ins and outs of new BGA machine. Yeah, I don't like the way my streams turn out. I have to get down and take a leak here soon. I just don't like. I don't like the way these are gummied up. This one might be a lot of work. It's a turbo. Yeah. It's got yellow. So it must have came from a wrecking yard. So it must have sat in the sun and baked and baked and baked. So we'll go through it. If the bonding wires start falling off, I have a map. So I really need to crack these open before I take them in as trade. But this was a trade-in, so all these were exchanges, trade-in. So. That might be UV. I might have to hit it with UV. Let me try that. Of course, dead. Ooh, there it goes. Probably won't be enough. It's not going to be enough. It might be UV cure. Let me get the big boy. I think it's under here. Where did I put that? Let's see if it's UV cure. Oh, there. All right. That's a UV light. Give that a little bit of time. I don't know if they're UV cure on that epox or glue or not, so. We're real humid up here, QS. Okay, well, that's doing its thing. I'm gonna go take a leak. Hope it's UV cure because I don't like the looks of it. Yeah, we're 4 hours, 32 minutes. I don't think it's UV. I just think it's just degraded. If it didn't harden it up, this is gonna be a fun one. It did. No, it's still soft. It's soft there. Yeah. This will be a fun one. It's still soft. But I'll have to just check continuity on all of it. The underlying bond's probably good. But if not, it's a lot of work because I have to go through and do all the wires. They'll fall off if you just touch them, if it's that bad. So, but hopefully the actual bottom adhesive still is intact. So probably won't be. But it's the risk I take when I do the exchanges. I think I'm going to have to up my exchange pricing. So. Yeah, well, this is a conductive, something conductive. I would like to know what it is, how to cure it, if it can be recured. Probably not. Let me get these out of there. Yeah, see this hole here? That's normally, if you see one of those holes over here, that'll be burnt. It means you got a blown transistor there. There's 3 of them. Or you'll see a burn mark on the bottom of the board there. Yeah, this was an exchange. Yeah, you'll have to send that to me in otherwise not in this chat, but in the send that to me in Signal or. But it's not UV mass that we're curing there. I was attempting to see if it was UV curable on the conductive epoxy. I was thinking about just taking maybe some like copper powder mixing it with like clear or clear epoxy and see if that'll work. But I think this is just going to fall apart. I think those are going to fall apart, man. I like this when it's fully charged. Gets down to about 2 bars, 1 to 2 bars, and it really just sucks. Yeah, I got to figure something out on these. If I could reglue the, clean off the bonding wire and reglue it with a conductive epoxy and not have to solder it and grab the other alternate points, it would make the job a lot faster. But if it didn't have epoxy, it'd be even easier. Let's see. So I don't know why my keyboard is being a little jerky today. Must have crumbs on it. Some kid did a bunch of experiments on YouTube about making conductive epoxy, but don't remember his name. Really nice guy. Mythological. Yeah. And each one of these is a little different how much epoxy you got to grind out. Sometimes you get it nice and clean like this over here. Sometimes it gets all icky. So usually when they're ready to fall off, this blower here has enough pressure to blow them off. So methodical. So I think I'm gonna do some walk and talks. Just I gotta start walking more. I'm getting my weight's getting out of control. I gotta get back to walking. I used to walk all the time, but yeah, I got a notification on one of my groups I'm on for local area where crimes and shit happen, and somebody posted a cougar. And we're not talking a lady over 30 type cougar either, so I think that's when a lady becomes a cougar, right? 30? Or is it 40? They hit the wall at 30. They become a cougar at 40. I don't remember. Something like that. Okay. Okay. I'm going to give that person a 3 p.m. deadline there. They want it. Let me know a time before 3 p.m. Yeah. First one. Good. Sometimes gotta get the alcohol on there and they come off pretty nicely. Let's see if this one come in multiple pieces, right? Oh, it's not gonna come off. Got that one. Yeah. Oh, you're dinging me. How cute. And waiting on DLA dot mil. Trying to get my SAMs so that I can do subcontract government, because now you got to be registered with SAMs to do subcontract work. I want to search spam. They said they sent me an email and I forgot. I did not respond. So it's a hijet TCM inquiry. Okay. Let's see what that person wants. I don't see. Yeah, okay. Back to that. Oh, sorry. I tend to business, man. Okay. A USB device was removed unsafely. Bullshit. Trying to go through my spam. Yeah, I don't see it there. Fuck you. I don't take Zelle. I don't take any other friggin' on a local deal. It's cash, man. Okay. I hate that when my fucking... Okay. I did not... I said it was not spam, so it should have put it in my... Where? That's yesterday. Oh. Okay. I'm writing to inquire if you believe my TCU might be salvageable based on these photos. Last year I attempted to replace some capacitors myself. You can see the amateur soldering work. Upon a closer inspection, I see what appears to be burned shoulder area. I was able to find a replacement with this part number on. I found your service site. My vehicle info repair photos below. Okay, this is a Daihatsu Hijet 10 can. No, that's not a burn area. That is leakage. No. Yeah, and you're using the wrong size capacitors. Okay. Guys, stop messing with your shit. Yeah, that whole area needs to be scrubbed. That chip needs to be lifted. Yeah, that's a different TCU. It's salvageable. Maybe. All right. That's a little different TCU. Those are 10 cans. Okay. We got to do a little bit more grinding on this one here. A little bit at a time. The other one was too simple. Okay. Is it still available? You know what I do with those messages? Leave chat. Leave. I don't even bother responding to them. Maybe they'll get the clue. Try that one. I spend too much time on these, but you know what? Sometimes I get them done in 30, 40 minutes. Sometimes it takes me 2 hours. It's all priced the same. I flat rate these things. So. Get that up a little bit more alcohol in there. That one came off nice. That one broke. That one broke. Darn it. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I had one person who's wanted to buy something. It's like, we take Zelle and I'm like, no. And he's like, well, that's a lot of cash. I just think similar when the person just messaged me, that's a lot of cash. That's a lot of cash. Well, if you're scared, fuck you. Don't come over. Why are people so scared, man? Arm yourself, then you don't have to be scared, right? Yeah, they make these. I'll show you one here. This is the same as this one I'm working on right here, but that's the more modern unit. If you can see that. But these suffer from faulty microcontrollers. And the switches here, they are in 5151S. Every one of them I've bought has been fake. I can't find any real ones. So if the switches go bad, they're done. I've been slowly engineering a replacement, a little circuit board module that uses a modern components to do the same thing as that does, but without a vehicle to actually test it in to see if it's going to switch properly. I don't know, but if I could get, I need to sand one down, all 4 layers, draw it up in easy EDA, and I've got the firmware. I've pretty much just used AI to help disassemble the firmware. We've pretty much got most of the shift points. We could use another a more modern, like an STM32 microcontroller in place of that, but I'd have to rewire it all. But that would be the ultimate goal, would be to reproduce this. So but we could probably do one where you could reprogram your own shift point too. That would help people if they want to do bigger tires or. But that'll take time. I'm not fast at those. It takes a lot of time for me to get my thoughts straight. I'm not an engineer, I'm a reverse engineer. So. Yeah, I bet that's them. Oh, I can't do, I need to do Zelle or something. No, go get cash. I've got 30 more to be before I'm at 5,000. Oh. Okay, I just messaged that person with the TCU messaged me. They sent it yesterday. I sent them. I'm doing TCU work right now. Once this one's done, I'm gonna call it. So. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm just sitting here doing my thing. Figure it's a waste to not stream it, you know? Well, thanks for the like. Yeah, the Daihatsu Hijet 10 can units, they are a little bit different animal. They leak and then they destroy the circuit board, and you gotta do a lot of circuit repairs. I think I did one on live stream once. I might not have. You got to remove a chip, clean it. There's vias underneath that chip that get corroded, and you gotta repair those vias because they just get eaten completely away. I think there's been two that I haven't been able to repair of those. So, but yeah, let me look at his capacitors again. I don't know why that email is going. Let me look at that. You guys can't see what I'm seeing, but yeah, I think I'll just jump on the computer here and pull those pictures up here. Let me pull these pictures up. Whoa. The hell? Oh, they're JPEGs. So. It's like getting a lot of emails, man. I go to my other folder here. Go to these. Let me pull this person's up. And that person's coming at 12, so I'm going to have to cut this stream off at 12. So I should be able to do it in the next hour and 15 minutes. But let's no photos. Okay. So here is a Daihatsu Hijet. I believe these are for the older ones. Okay, so they already worked on it. I can tell by the soldering, but right here you can see it's hard to see. All this black, all this right here is leakage, and it leaks and it gets underneath this chip right there. And that's I haven't been able to find a replacement for that chip either. So don't look like his pads are corroded away yet, so that's good. But there's going to be bad vias, and same over here. This ain't burned. He said it looked burnt. That's not a burn area. Let's see, is it? That was the other way. Right there. That's not a burn area. That's corrosion from the electrolytic acid that leaked out of this capacitor. So this, it leaked right here too on, but I don't know what capacitors he's using. Jack on, probably just some Chinese cap that ain't gonna meet the spec. This leaked right here too. You see just the darkness, different color on the board, or it's not uniform. I mean, if you've got like right here, you can see the different color of the board where it's copper, non-copper. And you can look right here. It's bad photos. They're very tiny. So, but yeah, it's had some leakage, but it's repairable. They just don't look pretty when you repair them because you got to take out all this corrosion. All that corrosion's got to come off. All this corrosion here's got to come off. And then I tin the copper that's left over to build it back up. So I have a page on these. How to I charge a lot. it's that's a lot of work. You're probably looking about $600. But you can't replace them, so that's rebuilding that board. Okay, let me respond back. See you at noon. Okay. Let's get on with the program. Get these out. Yeah. What was my time on that? How many hours am I in? You can point them to the description there. 5 hours and 15-ish minutes, maybe. Yeah, I hope it wasn't too aggressive with my JBC letter. My right to repair letter. Hope it wasn't too aggressive. Yeah, I need to... X-raying these works if you bonding wires that have fallen off. You can see them floating around in there, but where it's attacked the adhesive or started to attack the adhesive, that's where you can't see. Yeah, you can't refute the lives. I did that fucking test on a live stream. So, I mean, it's not like I rigged it to do something or, you know, I plugged it in and did the test. So, JBC's screwed. Gonna cause them problems. I'm a troublemaker. I like to be annoying. The troublemaker's Mackenzie Ryan. There we go. I'm the annoying one. She's the troublemaker. No relation. But I thought that was kind of interesting. I got a bunch of messages. Lewis did that video, and it's like, got a bunch of messages. Are you related to her? Nope. Not that I'm aware of. Could be some distant thing, like fourth removed cousin or something. I don't know. It'd be too creepy to go through, call her up, say, hey, can we do our genealogy? No. But she does look like a girl we knew. Her name was Mary. She was a crazy girl. But Okay. Capacitor kits. Yeah, that's gonna get annoying. I gotta find me a UL listed power supply that'll actually be stable. Oop, wrong pack. Those were the ones that came out of that other. I still got to do that other tin can transmission controller. Where are my kits? There we go. Okay. Where'd I put my bags? There's 1, 2. I have a third bag around here. Okay. That's band leads. Yeah, if they want to use credit cards or something, I'll take credit cards, but they're gonna have to present the card. I prefer just to do it with cash if it's my personal stuff. If I got to run it through the business, it's costs me money. Like to keep personal and business separate. Back to bench. Howdy, Victor. I'm on my last one here. Somebody emailed me about another type of transmission controller I do. And I'll do it.
What's your name?
I swear I don't say the trigger word and it talks to me, that damn Alexa. I thought they got in trouble for that. No. You fixed an ECU and got some medical devices, they don't respond well. So you fix ECUs too? Yeah, clean that icky flux off. And almost done for the day. Then Friday, I'll come back and do this. Unless I got something else to do. Doing a lot of revolves. Yeah, I get some like NAND flash and stuff, little BGA chips. I don't do any of the big stuff. Do you run you have your YouTube channel? I'll have to I might be subscribed to you already. I don't know. I'm subscribed to a lot of friggin' creators, so a lot of little guys. I'll throw them up on the throw them up in a tab, put it on mute, and give them the watch hours because they need it because they're not monetized yet. Okay, you don't do streams. I do not like this alcohol. I don't think it's pure enough. I'm gonna try a different brand. Go back to Alliance Chemical. That shit would just evaporate like that. This stuff takes forever to evaporate, so but it is I believe hydroscopic. So it man, I don't know how I'm gonna get that thing out of here. I'll have to move shit around. I'll get it. Just gonna do it this way. Use lots of flux. Gonna clean that off. Ah. That one just looks like crap. Sometimes I gotta come in here. Yeah. This just don't want to flow. I'm gonna heat it up. Just cannot get that to flow, man. The hell is up with this? That's what the board heated. I just can't get that to flow right today. Drown this in flux. Yeah, that one. That one. That's much better. Sometimes it just don't want to flow. Clean that solder off. And that was just like a massive flux. Okay, we got nice, good, solid connections. I think I'm familiar with that RSX chip. I think I've seen some stuff on that. So you've got a way to remove them and replace them. You grinding them down and or using a CNC to take them down to the balls or something like that. This is the last one, then I'm done for the day. That'll be a long day. I usually try not to do over 3 hours, and I'm pushing, what, 6? I like it when it flows perfect like that the first time. I think I left the old solder on there. It was just too much solder. Too much of the old lead-free crap. Need a little bit more flux. Get it to flow. Oh, that's the way I like it. Ooh, I made one shorter than the other. I used the wrong gauge when I bent it. Oh well. Next one. Yeah, we've got a controller board. It's on a ceramic board, and it's a real thick, like 2 millimeter thick ceramic board. And you literally got to grind the chip off and then throw it on like 500C to get it to reflow the new chip. So I'll do little BGAs, but that's why I got the BGA machine to do some of the bigger stuff. So when I get good wicking going, I take advantage of it. I got 45 minutes still. I should be able to do 2 of these and clean up in 45 minutes. There's 3 capacitors to clean up. I get out of rhythm, then I screw up. So I can't believe how much flux I had to use on this one here just to get a good connection. It's not the best looking soldering on these aluminum boards, but all that flux. We'll soak it up. I want to do different stuff on my live streams than what everybody else is doing. You know, like I use different microscopes than everybody, and I like to be different. Another creator out there, I can't remember his name. He runs a really nice Meiji Techno. I had it in my watch list for a while, and so. Is that model with IC placement? Yeah, that's got all the IC. It's got auto chip lift, chip placement. It's not automatic. You still got to manually do a lot of work. It's semi-auto. So. It is the ZM-R7220A. Yeah. For the stuff I do, that's what I tool up for. I'll tool up to do different things, and I'm an experiment. But you can't just put all your chicken's eggs in one basket. So I'll experiment with different things, different niches, and see what I can do. Sometimes it takes off, sometimes it doesn't. These here came in by just happenstance. Some guy messaged me, "Can you fix these for me?" I'll try. Yeah. Now I'm doing tons of them. Well, I worked out a method that works for me, so. Always have a backup plan. Always do something different. That's getting annoying. Yeah, there's no way 3 of these will have the same issue without it being a manufacturing problem. Do not like the way that looks. Good enough. Yeah, when somebody wants to come over to buy something or anything, I don't do anything until they actually show up because people flake, so. Good, I get more ibuprofen. More. A lot of AliExpress, that's right. Expected tomorrow now. I ordered from Walmart and it's showing it shipped by Amazon. I couldn't find that thing on Amazon. I looked on Amazon, so the seller must be using Amazon. It's for my DDR1 RAM. I want to test, so. Trying to keep this stuff in frame, but it's hard because my view is a lot larger through the eyepieces than what's displayed on the camera. I got to get at the right angle. Over there. Yeah, this tip's just oxiding way too fast. Like I said, I gotta throw it in the tip tenor, I think. I have this, I use this Weller. Use that tip activator. Works good. You don't want to use it a lot because it's too aggressive on your tips. But I think this tip's just oxiding too fast. I had to drop it in the cleaner and it just losing its getting down to copper, I think. I think this tip's just going away. I've used it for like shit. This tip's lasted me a long freaking time. I'm gonna call that okay. Okay, I will be right back. Restroom break. Yeah, he's. Yeah, if it wasn't for this board being a ceramic board, I would be running cooler temperatures. But it being a ceramic board or aluminum. Left my microphone over here. I'll be right back. I have to go take a leak. Making yellow snow. Oh, it's not snowing out. So. Be right back. Making yellow snow. Cool day. Yeah, I still use the Fahrenheit. I'm old school, so. I need to switch my stuff over to Celsius and get used to Celsius. Okay, clean up. Here, clean this up. That is out. Big old toilet paper.
Friday we'll finish these up. I can usually do these a lot faster. Not such a talking. It just started on its own. Or fluctuate. I need to stand up. We are at what? How many viewers? 307 views? That's not bad. YouTube's new viewing system used to be you had to stay 30 seconds. Now it's one frame. You get all this. Not how. Not Mark. This is just alcohol, just plus the wife used water in it. That's the quality. Stuff all. Used on the temperature, I was always taught just whatever's necessary to get you know, there's some people that swear by metcal, and I don't like metcal. You gotta change. Want to change the temperature? You gotta change your tip. Metcal's good for a monkey. But not competitive. Production environment. That's what metcal's good for. Or if you're an old man, like 67, survive. Like my auto. These are off. Douche. We gotta douche this. For score. Wires fall off. like sound. Three today. I usually do between 3 to 4 hours. How many hours are we at now? We're 6. So an extra 2 hours. Not bad. Here it was. Yeah, I forgot full. That's full beef. A little agitated. What's up? Yeah. 3. About 3. Great today. I don't know about you. I just got into them. Not very obsessive, just chill day. What did you just get into? Sorry, I had my mic off. I was just saying, cleaning off the flux and bending those down. So sorry. Sometimes I forget my mic, and you gotta yell at me. And for some reason, my chat is not up there anymore. Well, I gotta restart that. Oh, yeah, that wants me to log in.
I hate that when that friggin' happens. There we go. Yeah, I forgot my mic. God damn it. The chat keeps going off, so yeah, it happens. But I was just showing you how I do the final cleaning. I just squirt some IPA in there and just give it some agitation. You don't want to leave it soaked too long, or it'll start eating the adhesive. But you can see it just dumps bunch of crap out every time. Blow it off with the little blower. Try to get as much of the flux off as possible when you can. But I don't think this IPA is 99%, or it's just sucking the moisture from the humidity in the room. So, but yeah, we'll finish the last one on Friday. And we'll do this one here. This one here is a different model. It's the same model, that's the same part number. And what happens with this one right here. Okay. This is an MR195408. Okay, same part number. Can't see it. Right there again. Maybe right there. MR195408. I've gone through this before a few other times. I've got the caps right here. Okay. I've got the caps. Got that. Back up. Got the caps. This one always leaks right there. That one just goes dry. Don't leak. It just goes dry as a bone. And then you've got this zener and that zener. Another zener down here. Those will go bad. Then the MCU. You'll usually get leakage out of here, and it'll leak under, and you'll have to remove the MCU because there's vias underneath the MCU. And usually the MCUs will die. It'll short them. Or they'll have cracked solder connections around the MCU. But this one didn't look like it leaked there. And then these transistors or switches, they go bad. This capacitor usually is fine, but I replace it anyways. I've seen these. This zener diode will actually nuke itself. It'll just explode. So that's what happens on these. But I already measured this zener's fine. That zener's fine. That zener's fine. That capacitor's shot. He says he heats it up with a blow dryer and it works for a little while and then stops. So that's telling me capacitor or bad solder connection. But I'll have to go through this and look at all the solder connection, all the transistors. So, but that's that one. But that one's not that bad to do. But yeah, I think it's his vehicle. I don't think it's the TCU, because generally it will be other things that are bad on the transmission controller. Those don't fail that often, but when they do, they go catastrophic generally. And it looks like a nuclear bomb went off on them. So, just like that one I showed you earlier. That the person messaged me on the Daihatsu one. Drop tweezers. I just did my tips on this one. Let's do the tips on that one. Just keep knocking shit off my bench. Do the cleanup. Coffee. Hey, one more to go. And I'm all caught up. 1.5. I'm going to replace those parts and send it to him. I'm not even going to charge him for it because he's donating one to the cause. So, but I've already taken that. I've already taken the microcontrollers off of a set and read the firmware back. So the turbo and the non-turbo firmware is identical on this chip. So Victor, HC11E. I'm familiar with that processor. I don't know if it's locked or if it's lockable. Some of those aren't. Some of those you just got to read it. HC11. Device 68HC11E. What package, Victor? Okay, you don't do streams. You did some PS3 algorithm flash and help a few people. I'm not that good talking English. You're doing fine on the text here. I don't do gaming consoles, but I like different methods of repair. I'll look at the repair. The 4 RAM tied. Then after vibration tool with fiberglass, I'm using some conformal putting paste from G Chemicals. That person's going to be showing up here in about noonish. Got to remember that password for that other phone number. Yesterday somebody, a T8, she sent me a TH sent me a chip whisperer. So I'm gonna be learning how to glitch. So I mean I program all sorts of chips, but if I knew the package that you're wanting to use, I'll just go like a QFP 52 maybe. Then E1, E20, what's the full chip number? But okay. I can read it and device config. That's the MC68HC11 E1. It can be read. So yeah, I got to learn how to use that chip whisperer, get the time to do it. But I got to clean up my mess here. I got to figure out how to get this thing out of here. That mess is cleaned up. Okay. Tinkle, tinkle. But yeah, what is the package? PLCC, what's the full chip number? Your 68HC11. I can read it. If you need it backed up, that shouldn't be a problem. Helping you out with that. Put the BK up. Put the furnace up. It's green. It's fully charged. 52 pin. Yeah, okay. What package? PLCC. PLCC. Okay. So let me see. That would be a. These are like an E1. Yeah, you'd have to send it. But it don't look like there. Let me see if there's any security registers. Be sure the data for the configurator is correct before programming configurator. Value of the configuration isn't checked after programming. Read function will modify the data for the configurator. So E1 CFN2. TFU2, TFN2. EAE9. Got a CFEU2. Yeah, I can read that chip. That chip's not secured. If it was secured, it would show that there is security here, like a chip lock or toggle security or something. 1H24. Yeah, and then that's just this programmer. I got other programmers too. So yeah, if you need a chip backed up or something like that, that's what I do. It's standard common stuff. You know, glitching and stuff I have to learn. I'm still learning all that. That's all new to me. So okay, I got to do a video on those. Oh. Cotty is hiding, so can't give Cotty cookies on the way out. I need to brighten this up a little bit. It's just too dark. But if I brighten it up a bit. Oh. Yeah, just drop it in the post and sure it's if it's irreplaceable, then but okay, I gotta go. We'll see y'all later. Peace.